And they're off in the Tuesday opener here at Finger Lakes. From the outside, Reiner shows first, now hustled between Kevin Navarro, intent on the lead with Max Foster. Back in third is Interstate, who's a length in front of Meseta. The two at the back are Kodiak Brown, and the favorite, Causalistic, is at the back of the pack. Around the clubhouse turn, Max Foster, he actually got bet all the way down to favoritism, and he has a 3-length lead. It's Max Foster by 3 through an opening quarter and a quick 24 and 1/5 seconds. Interstate gapping 4 lengths behind the leader. Another 4 back to Meseta, and then Kodiak Brown as the field makes their way up the backstretch. It's Max Foster. Max Foster, check that. That's Reiner in second. Tough to see here, folks. Apologize. Reiner sitting second. He's 5 lengths from the lead. Back in third there. That looks like Interstate moving up as the field makes their way to the far turn through a half mile in 48 and 1/5 seconds. They've caught up to Max Foster. Who they are, I can't really tell you. It might be Reiner. Yes, it's Reiner. Max Foster a half length. Now Reiner. Reiner and Anthony Rodriguez go by Max Foster. They're off the turn and into the stretch to 3/4 in 1:13 and 3. Reiner has a length and a half lead. There's Max Foster in second. Then we come back to Causalistic, who's coming from the back of the pack past the 16th pole. Reiner. Reiner's in front by a half a dozen. Causalistic, second best today. It was all Reiner in the opener. He loved the slop. He won it by 5. Then $2 exact to 6-1, 30-40. 50-cent try, 613, 1975. 10-cent super, 6132, $7.92. Race 2, last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Super Slide for the lead, joined by Ramon in second. And along the inside, Coffee Futures mixing it up as well. These three have a length and a half on In Traffic, who's tucked along the inside in fourth, just passed by Pal's Alley. The Fabulous Mullah's at the tail end of the field. She's 8 lengths from the front. Super Slide and Ramon go at it. The favorite Ramon and Super Slide through an opening quarter and a contested 22 and 4. Coffee Futures backs out of there in third. Between rivals is In Traffic, the other part of the entry. Pal's Alley trying to muster a rally from fifth. The Fabulous Mullah dropped 12 lengths off the lead. Midway on the turn, Ramon and Super Slide. They've been tearing at each other from the start. Ramon still ahead in front. Super Slide keeps grinding away through a 46 and 3/2. Coffee Futures trying to re-engage. And down the center here is In Traffic. Off the turn and into the stretch. Ramon and Super Slide. In Traffic gobbling up the slop down the center. Ramon has just put away Super Slide, but a fresh challenge is coming from In Traffic. Ramon, In Traffic. Ramon trying to hang in there, but In Traffic was just too much for her to handle today and won it by 2.5. 1880. 50-cent try, 234, 28.75. And the dime super, 2341, $8.95. Race 3 comes. And they're off. From between horses, there goes Ula. At the rail is Honorable Avenue. Shanny Shack splits them. These three at a length on Rhymes Like Dimes. Then we come back to Kong Loves a Fight. And on the outside, the trailer is Rose's Pepino. They're already strung out about a dozen lengths here as Ula relinquishes the lead to Honorable Avenue. It's Honorable Avenue a length. Ula is back in third now as Shanny Shack split him again. On the far outside, it's Rhymes Like Dimes through an opening quarter and a contentious 24 and 3. The two at the back are Kong Loves a Fight and Rose's Pepino. Up the backstretch led by Honorable Avenue. Shanny Shack's there as well. And we come back to the outside to Rhymes Like Dimes. They're 3 deep through a 49-second half. Losing some ground is Ula. Up the inside, Kong Loves a Fight. And on the outside, Rose's Pepino starts to rev up, still 7.5 from the front. Honorable Avenue, Rhymes Like Dimes. Nazario Alvarado just cut him loose, and Rhymes Like Dimes went right on by Honorable Avenue and quickly opened up a length on him. It's Rhymes Like Dimes from the back. Rose's Pepino through 3/4 and 1:14 and 1, trying to pick up the hot pace here. off the turn and into the stretch. Rhymes like dimes, the first to take advantage of the pace. He opened up 2. Roses Pepino is only challenger here, but they're coming to the 8th pole. Rhymes like dimes. Nazario Alvarado went left-handed, and he responded, and he's got a 5-length lead. Rhymes like dimes going to report home an easy winner as the favorite here in the 3rd. He won it by a half dozen. Then it was Roses Pepino. Honorable Avenue held on for 3rd. Ula was 4th in 146 and 60. 50-cent try, 561, 960. And the 10-cent super, 5614, $7.40. Race 4 comes up next. And they're off. Breaking a bit awkwardly there was Flurry of Roses. From the rail, necessary and proper, right to the top. And she quickly opens up a length and a half. To the outside's Equanimus moving up in 2nd. Then Jessica's Race is 3rd. It's 4 lengths back to Matoli's Legacy, who's in 4th. She's 2.5 lengths in front of the duo of Glory Bound Clara and Chassis. And at the back, after the awkward starts, Flurry of Roses. The field makes their way to the far turn through an opening quarter in a hot 22 and 4. Necessary and proper, dealing with Equanimus. Jessica's Race, Jeremias Flores trying to motivate her from 3rd. Still a lot to do for Matoli's Legacy. The big favorite has about 10 lengths to make up, followed by the gray Glory Bound Clara and Chassis off the turn and into the stretch through a half in 46 and 4. Necessary and proper. Koa's had her in front the whole way. Matoli's Legacy gaining ground at the rail. Equanimus coming back for more down the center. Almost home is Necessary and Proper. Matoli's Legacy to the rail. Equanimus, it's Necessary and Proper. Matoli's Legacy is going to run out of ground. Necessary and Proper, a half length. $2 double, 5-1, 36.40. $2 exacta, 1-2, 31.80. 50-cent try, 1-2-6, 36.87. Dime super, 1-2-6-7. Anxious, settle down. Street cop officers in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Street cop officer off a beat slow. From the inside, it's Love That Bird. Now Believe in Josh, aggressive as well. Other part of the entry, Mo Trumps between horses. And there's Tis Lucky on the outside. Tis Lucky just taken wide there by Mo Trump. Was a little hard to handle. So they bend around the turn the first time, and it's Believe in Josh. Mo Trump, Tis Lucky stacked 3 deep. Moving into 4th is Street Cop Officer. Then we come back along the rail to Love That Bird. Between horses is Crypto Causeway, and at the back is the favorite, Eric Ridge. He's already 14, 15 lengths from the front. 24-second contentious opening quarter. Mo Trump emerges with that lead. Along the insides, Believe in Josh. Outside's Tis Lucky. 4 wide is Street Cop Officer. Trying to make it 4 across the track is Crypto Causeway. It's a gap of 5 to Love That Bird, and it's another 5 to Eric Ridge, who's finally getting underway. Half, 48, so identical 24-second quarters there. On the front end, it's Mo Trump. Mo Trump, Crypto Causeway takes a shot at him right now. Mo Trump a length through 3 quarters in 1:13 and 1. It's Mo Trump. Crypto Causeway has dead aim. Here comes Eric Ridge. Eric Ridge has made up a bunch of ground. They're off the turn and into the stretch. Mo Trump dealing with Crypto Causeway outside. Eric Ridge wanders to the outside as well. They're coming to the 16th pole. He's almost home, Mo Trump. Mo Trump has a 2-length lead, 3-length lead. Crypto Causeway couldn't get him. Neither could Eric Ridge. Mo Trump by 2. Then it was Eric Ridge. $2 exacta, 1-2, 12.80. 50-cent try, 1-2-4, $9.25. 10-cent super, 1-2, 4-6, $4.67. 50-cent pick 3, 5-1-1. The gate. And they're off. The last ace from the outside draw goes to the lead. Cool Cat Mandu joins him in 2nd. Along the inside, Give Me the Money. Then Tommy Gun. Morning Cup joins those 2 to the outside. 4 lengths from the lead, and the trailer is Old Point. The last ace opens up a 2-length lead on the favorite, Cool Cat Mandu. Morning Cup has moved into 3rd around both Tommy Gun and Give Me the Money, who's on the inside. Gap of 4 more. Back to the trailer, Old Point, 22 and 1. The last ace rips through that opening quarter, and he has a 2-length lead. The favorite, Cool Cat Mandu, comes under a ride from Harry Hernandez. Here comes Morning Cup, and leading rider Cabracoa as the field makes their way around the far turn. The last ace. Here's Morning Cup with a 3-wide bid, trying to split them. School Kathmandu through a solid half in 45-1. They're off the turn and they're into the stretch. The last ace trying to see it through. Morning Cup took a shot, but he didn't get by him yet. Cool Kathmandu down the center. The rest have a lot of work to do. They're coming to the 16th pole, and the last ace was ready to roll off the layoff of Paul Barrow today. The last ace, flag fall to That's All by 2.5. Then it was even, $2 exact to 8.7, 88 even. 50 cent try, 8.75, $63.87. 10 cent super, 8.7, 5.1, $29. And Finnegate. And they're off. Nutsy, there's production credit, and to his inside, Son of Darkness at the rail, bowing Snowman aggressive as well. None more so, though, than production credit. Emmanuel De Diego throwing the reins at him, hustling him out of there. Son of Darkness puts pressure on now from his inside and along the rails, bowing Snowman. It's a gap of 2.5 to Nutsy, who settled into fourth, just outside of Old Man Winter. Then we come back about, a half a dozen lengths to In Sky We Trust, Trap the Dream, and Bench Walk. 22 seconds flat. Production credit battling away here. Here comes Nutsy, 3 wide in the offing. Son of Darkness trying to keep pace as well. From the back, In Sky We Trust, revving up with Luis Perez. Off the turn and into the stretch through a 46 1/2. Here's Nutsy. Nutsy just took the lead away from production credit. Fresh challenge coming from In Sky We Trust. Nutsy, In Sky We Trust. Nutsy trying to hold off In Sky We Trust. Nutsy's almost home. In Sky We Trust lunges. Nutsy, a half length. Junior got 4. He beat his dad within 24.80. 50 cent try, 8.26, 19.62. And the dime super, 8.264, $11.70. Race number 8. And they're off. A stutter step beginning there. Jumped at the start was Bustin Pietri. Brock Monanoff right to the lead. Brock Monanoff already a length in front of Smooth Tails, who's outside of his entry mate, Mass Appeal. Towards the rail is Sutton Breeze, and after the awkward beginning, Bustin Pietri's at the back, but he's just 4 lengths from the lead, and he's starting to move up outside of horses. Brock Monanoff's in front. He has a length and a half on Mass Appeal, who's moved ahead of stablemate Smooth Tails, while Bustin Pietri swings into action 3 wide through a quick first panel in 22-1. Midway on the turn, Brock Monanoff. Kevin Navarro and Brock Monanoff have a 2-length lead. Mass Appeal's been chasing the entire way. Bustin Pietri far outside, then Smooth Tails, Sutton Breeze at the back, 45-4. Brock Monanoff keeps on going. Brock Monanoff with a 3-length lead. Mass Appeal dead aim, so too Bustin Pietri. Deep stretch coming to the 16th pole. Brock Monanoff with a 4-length lead. Far outside, Sutton Breeze trying to move into second past Bustin Pietri. He won't get him. It was all Brock Monanoff. Bustin Pietri just 50 cent pick. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to the Wednesday afternoon card. After more rain, the track is labeled muddy. Temperature in the mid-70s, cloudy skies currently. We got a little breeze here, as we usually do, at Finger Lakes here in Farmington. Carry over the pick six, $2,400 weights in race number 3. Here are the changes for today's races. In the first, we kick off the early double and early pick 4. You can scratch the 4, Tracy's Girl. Race 1, scratch the 4, Tracy's Girl. In the second, first pick 3 today kicks off in race 2. A rider change for the 1, Jacoba, to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 1, Jacoba, in race number 2. That $1 pick 6 starts in race 3, and that carryover is $2,400. Rider change for the 2, Meraviglioso, to Jose Baez. Jose Baez rides the 2, Meraviglioso, and scratch the 6, Honorable Lily. Race 3, scratch the 6, Honorable Lily. The start of the $1 pick 6 with a carryover of $2,400. Race 4 kicks off the 50-cent pick 5. Scratch the 2B, New York Riesling. Take out the 2B, New York Riesling. Rider change for the 4, Fighter Kite, to Luis Perez. Luis Perez rides the 4, Fighter Kite, and a rider change for the 5, Escape Mission, to Cabracoa. Cabracoa rides the 5, Escape Mission, in race number 4. The late pick 4 starts in race 5. There are no changes in the 5th. Race number 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch to 5, Tater and Tot. Race 6, scratch to 5, Tater and Tot. And a rider change for the 6, BC Glory Days, to Nazario Alvarado. Nazario Alvarado rides the 6, BC Glory Days, in race number 6. Race 7, the late double begins. A rider change for the 1, Kaz Music, to Emmanuel De Diego. Emmanuel De Diego rides the 1, Kaz Music. Scratch to 3, Justin Nyquist. Justin Nyquist, the 3 is out of race 7. And a rider change for the 7, the New Miami, to Jeremiah Flores. Jeremiah Flores rides the 7, the New Miami, in race number 7. And in the finale, race number 8, a rider change for the 5, Lucky Manny, to Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro rides the 5, Lucky Manny, in race number 8. Again, tracks labeled muddy, overcast skies with a little breeze right now. Temperature in the mid-70s. First post here at Finger Lakes going forward is about an hour away at 1 p.m. If you need some PPs, head on over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They are available free of charge, courtesy of our friends over at Equibase. Once again, post time for the opener is set for just about an hour from now at 1 p.m. Coming up next, we wrap the week with the Wednesday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We've had a crazy week of weather, to say the least. Obviously we had a big day Monday. We got all the races in, a couple of big races. The New York Derby, one of the biggest races of the year. And of course the New York Oaks took place on Monday. Then the storms came. It was really bad as far as we had to cancel the last race on Monday. They were in and out of here on Tuesday, kind of rained all day, did play havoc with the races, how the track played. Man, we'll see what happens today. We are still going with a track of muddy for this Wednesday card to see if it dries out a little bit or we get some more storms. But it's, if you don't live in western New York or somewhere in central or northern part of New York, you don't understand what's been going on here. It has been some crazy weather for New York State. We're not used to it. I mean, you guys are used to it down south or out west, but here in New York, we're not used to this kind of weather that we've gotten the last couple of days. But we've been lucky as far as the races have been concerned, because we kind of got most of them in on Monday, and we're around it on Tuesday. So hopefully this weather has moved out. I think they're probably got some of it out there in Saratoga if you're watching it there. I know they're running today. But yeah, muddy track. Yesterday though, still a good day for M. Anthony Ferraro. What a season that he's having. He got off on a good track. He's been leading rider for most of the season. That 4 wins on yesterday's card. That's half the races when you consider it was an 8-race card. 4 wins. I mean, those were some good horses. Got some racing luck, but what a great day for M. Anthony Ferraro. There were 3 riders who had 2 wins. Of course, a couple of them rode for M. Anthony Ferraro. You got Kibercoa. Anthony Rodriguez had a couple of those wins. And Jeremiah Flores finished up the card pretty well with a couple victories. So congratulations to them. All right, first race today is an 11-9 claimer. Goes the distance of 5.5 runs. Remember, 1 o'clock post, a little earlier than normal. We are going to continue to do that 1 o'clock post throughout the summer up until September 4th, I believe, is the last day of that 1 o'clock post. We'll scratch the 4, Tracy's Girl. Horse didn't really play anyway. Yeah, I mean, you could really narrow this one down. I thought the inside speed looks to be the one Special Pal. I would think Grand Lady Indy will keep her honest, but that one doesn't need to press here. And here's the thing. Grand Lady Indy is winless at the distance. She seems to be more of a 6-furlong horse. At 5.5, she probably would be better off stalking Special Pal anyway, instead of trying to be aggressive. So I think that's because of her best running style. I think that's the advantage of Special Pal. Her running style is to simply go to the front from the rail. And speed did get a little better yesterday towards the end of the day, especially the second half of the card. Although you didn't want to be on the rail. I mean, the rail wasn't good, but speed got good. So that was an interesting racetrack yesterday. But Special Pal likes this distance. Obviously, when you're a speed type, you're going to like the distance. And having the rail's not going to hurt her as long as she breaks well and gets to the front. So she dropped 11-9 last time. She didn't have a very good start and still won. So to me, she's the horse to beat. Grand Lady India does drop off of a win, but she makes it interesting anyway. I mean, was right there a couple starts before. She did beat a pretty good allowance field last time, going 6 furlongs. Back to 5.5 today, but the big thing is she's dropping off of a win. Aggressively placed by Ilmar Loaiza, smart move, going from winning a 2 lifetime allowance to going to the 11-9 never won 3 claimer. I give Special Pal the advantage of the distance, but this horse certainly has the class to win the race. Say the Georgie's Ladies. This is the spot that she fits. She's been running at the 11-9 level. May have needed the last race. Was closer than normal in that race, and kind of Chase made a move and faded like a horse that probably needed a race. And it was a pretty good field for that 3 lifetime. She stays, that's the good thing about that waiver claim, you know where to go from there. She stays at the 11-9 level. Again, other than the inside 2, she's the other horse. So, I mean, a Subtle Giant, Sweet Sugar Baby look like, maybe they have a chance to hit the boards, but as far as the win threats, you got to look at the left side of the page. It's just 1, 2, 3, and I think the one Special Pal has that advantage of being the inside speeder. Depending on how this track plays, sometimes when it's drying out, it gets a little heavy, and then when it does dry out, then the speed just seems to hold on. But we'll see how it plays throughout the day. Second race, a 5,000 claimer, non-winners of races to date. We're going to stretch them out here at 1 mile and 70. Really difficult time with this race. I mean, it didn't come up that tough. The only real drop down would be Jacoba, and he doesn't have the best form. So the rest of them have been running for 5,000, and none of them have been really hitting the board or winning for 5,000. So to me, that's an advantage to the horse that's running against the higher class levels. Because if you're not hitting the board at 5,000, now you're facing an easier field, fellow horses that haven't been hitting the board. Well, Jacoba's just missing the board against allowance horses. That's simple logic, but it makes him the class of the race in a sense. Granted, he's not really a threat to win any of the races he's been in. His best race was his first start off the layoff that he probably needed, but it was a sprint. And he just kind of passed a couple horses and beat 2 horses in that race. Then he stretched out and ran 4th. It wasn't a terrible effort. He beat 2 horses, was wide in the race. Well, he swung wide anyway. The last race, though, wasn't good. And that's the problem. I mean, he was running okay the other 2 starts, and then last time wasn't good. So, understandably, drops in class off of the poor effort. He was never really in that race. Although, still tougher against the 1 state breds. Gets Jackie Davis back aboard. You just look at the last time this horse was in for 5,000, and you're going back. And he won pretty easily. He won that day. The other issue is going to be how he handles the off track. His race off the lab wasn't bad on an off track. I know you got to be careful not to just look at the record on an off track, because a lot of people do. Well, how does he do on an off track? What's the record? Be careful of that, because sometimes it's who you faced and what kind of form you were in when you were on the off track. Also, we've had different off tracks here at Finger Lakes. Sometimes they're speed favoring off tracks. Sometimes they're heavy, where they favor the closers. It's like that. So you don't always look at the 0 for 11. I think he's okay on it, just looking at the numbers. We'll see how he handles it today. Other than that, he seems to have a little bit of a class edge. Now, Joe's Had Enough would be the other one that's got a little class. I just really didn't like his last race. I mean, I liked the horse a little bit because it just seemed like there was a lot of speed in that race, and it's set up for a horse that could come rolling. Even though it's only 5.5, it's always tough to be a deep closer here at Finger Lakes at 5.5 furlong distance. Sometimes they do better at the 3/4, but he never really lifted a hoof. And maybe he needed a race coming off a layoff off of a couple months, and maybe he needs more distance. He's going to get it today, and he's also going to get a much easier field in this route. So it's a logical horse that Joe's Had Enough. If he can run back to some of his earlier routes this spring, he's going to win. I mean, those Florida races. I just wanted to see a little bit more from Joe's Had Enough in that last race. Only had the 1 start on an off track and ran against New York Anthem. So, yeah, I don't think you can count that one. The 3 horse I'm going to use for a long shot. I know Follow the Signs is the morning line favorite. It's hard to take a favorite in a field like this, especially a 10-year-old. But he does have some past class. I don't know about the distance, if that's going to be an issue. He's only had 3 routes in his career, and that kind of tells you something right there. If you've had 59 starts, and they only started you long 3, at least the trainers and former trainers didn't think he could go long. So I'm going to go the 3 OK Game On. Is not one at Finger Lakes, which is interesting because he's always run well here. Likes this distance, and he's making his first start since second start of the year, first start since June, and probably needed that race. So I thought this one might be a good long shot for Harris Dukes. He's a late runner, and this is the type of field, they're all chasing the speed. The speed's out there. They probably go a little bit too quick for this field. If they go 48 and change is too quick for this field. That OK Came On could come rolling late to at least get a share. Go with a 153, but man, you can make a case for pretty much all of them in race number 2. That might be your all button. And watch Jacoba win it at 4-5. Third race is an allowance race. Onwards state bred is for fillies and mares. Scratch the 6 Honorable Lily. And my Bronx baby has been sensational in her first 3 starts. Last time they went after her. Small Pebbles did not give her a breather, and then she got pushed after that by Darn That Song went after her, and she never got a breather the whole day, whole race. Still would think that she would win, would beat that field, but she stopped in that one after all of the pressure, and got to give her another chance here. She had 3 great races. The first time she met any kind of challenge. And the problem is, I guess the biggest issue would be the presence of Small Pebbles again. Small Pebbles doesn't usually go that fast. That was one of the fastest quarters that this Small Pebbles had in quite some time. Now, she's a former stakes horse. She does have some speed, and she has the rail again. So My Bronx Baby is going to have to deal with that rival again. So see how she handles it today. I still think she's by far the best horse in this race, and she can make amends for the last race. I guess that would be the word I use. Maybe she just puts Small Pebbles away and just keeps going. We'll see how she handles the off track too. I mean, she did win on a good racetrack, but you would think that she could beat this field on any racetrack if she's on her game. I'm not going against her. My Bronx Baby on top. So you got to kind of see the race a little bit to who you want for second. If you do like that horse, I like her. Mommy Joe Dreams is only a 2-time winner. She's out of condition. Small Pebbles, it depends on the tactics of My Bronx Baby, whether she stays in the race or not. Rachel Sells has Darn That Song in here. She originally had 2. I would think the switch back to Koa here, that Darn That Song is going to get a good trip sitting third behind the 2 speeds. I don't think she's going to be as aggressive because you got Small Pebbles that'll probably be aggressive anyway. So she could sit third right behind the 2 of them, and that's going to be a perfect trip, you would think. I don't think My Bronx Baby's coming back, but at least she can relax there in the 3rd position and maybe pass Small Pebbles, who could be a little tiring. And if My Bronx Baby doesn't have it, maybe a chance at the upset. But she's more of an underneath type anyway, and I'm going to use her for second. And I think with a stocky trip, she'll probably be either second or third behind My Bronx Baby. Getting a little specific here, but and that's the key. I mean, it all depends on what Small Pebbles does. It all depends on what My Bronx Baby does. Do they engage again, and do they battle early? Small Pebbles normally not that fast. She's got some class, obviously. The former stakes. So she actually, it's funny, she dueled and sent hard in that last race, but it's the best race she's ran in quite some time. She actually held on to be 4th behind My Bronx Baby. Yeah, she lost the battle and the war, but she still ran 4th, beating a couple horses. So it wasn't like she ran that badly, despite going so fast early. And again, maybe My Bronx Baby keeps her in the race a little bit by not pressing her in 22 flat or anything like that. Maybe they go 22-3, and that keeps her in the race a little bit. My Bronx Baby passes her, but she can land a share if she runs as well as she did last time. It's kind of how I see it. I'm going to go with the 5-4-1 in the 3rd. That'll start off your $1 pick 6. There is a small carryover of $2,400. Okay, 4th race. We scratched the 2B, New York Riesling. I just got a late scratch of the 3, Gold in Them Hills. It changes things a little bit as well, because that was certainly played. Baybank I'm going to use on top. Baybank, if you look at last season, she won at this claiming level 2 races in a row before running second to Pompous Prince. Pompous Prince is a pretty good one. And that was against allowance horses going 5.5. Almost held on too. Persistent Danger ran 3rd. It did turn out to be a key race. I don't take that into that strong consideration, but I think the winner was pretty good. And he probably needed his first start of the year, coming off the layoff since November all the way till June. And it was a tough field anyway. Don't Lose Cruz was in there. Don't Lose Cruz ran a big race the other day against some of the better sprinters on the grounds, stepping way up in class to face those horses, and ran extremely well. To be second, might have won the race if he didn't stumble to start. So it turns out to be a good race because of Don't Lose Cruz, because of Stewie was in there. I mean, Stewie turned out to be a pretty good speedball this year. So I know he was last, he wasn't competitive, but he probably needed it. And now he dropped slightly in class to 11-9. If he's anything close to last year, he should be able to beat this field. We'll go with Escape Mission for second. I do like the fact that he got a little freshening. He's got a bullet work since the last race. He was running against 5,000 claimers. They actually stepped him up and won the first start off the layoff. And then next start ran a good second. I don't think it was great tactics that day, or it was just an excellent ride by, I think it was Anthony Rodriguez on Old Point. This horse should have had a clear lead in there. Old Point stayed in the race and ended up a sprint to the wire. There's no way Escape Mission should have ever lost that race if he just went to the front. But he does shorten up to 5.5 today. Obviously, the presence of Bay Bank makes it a tougher field, but he's also got speed on the outside of him with Courageous Ola. He's got, my apologies, he's got the outside post. Escape Mission is I believe inside of him. And depending on what Courageous Ola does, I mean, Courageous Ola has been sending quicker than he needs to. I mean, he's tiring badly because he feels, and you see a few of the horses here at Finger Lakes do that. It's almost like they want to lead so bad that they're willing to go out there with other speedballs at 22 or 21 and 4s, ridiculous fractions. And that's why he's stopping so bad the last two races. So we'll see if the drop in class for Courageous Ola kind of helps his chances. He probably gets the lead, though, as there's not as much speed in here that he's going to have to go those ridiculous fractions. Escape Mission's going to be the one outside of him, I would think, and Bay Bank would be the outside stalker. But Escape Mission's the one that's in pretty good form and gets Keeper Koa today, our top jockey. So I'm going to use him second, Courageous Ola for third, depending on how that pace scenario goes. Obviously, it's a little different for Courageous Ola. It's not just battling with races with East Coast Girl and Don't Lose Cruise. It's a lot easier. That's all there really is to say about race number 4. Okay, let's go to the 5th race. It's a 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. Now there's a race that's a date or never won 4 races. Class-wise, Invaluable Will easily outclasses this field. The question is, for him, a lot of times he's got to have his way to win. But again, it is against tougher competition. I mean, he's coming out of a race with Fiery Heart and Limit Up. Now you're going against beaten 5,000 claimers. You're supposed to win. My issue is he going to get the pace he needs? Again, a Linda Dixon trainee plays a big role in how the pace is going to go. I mean, she seems to be the pace setter in all of these races. 3rd race, Small Pebbles with Linda Dixon and Naz Alvarado's inside of My Bronx Baby. Plays a big role. Linda Dixon, Naz Alvarado, Courageous Ola plays a big role as the inside of the speed. Knight of the Crown, what does this horse do? They've been aggressive with Knight of the Crown. Do they do that again with Knight of the Crown? Because that could be the key with Redemption Road. Now, Redemption Road doesn't mind that. He kind of runs with the other horse anyway. It's not like Redemption Road ever tires. He just kind of plods along and usually looks for competition late. He just beat an easier field last time. But I do think it affects Redemption Road that he's not going to have such an easy lead out there, that it's going to be a little tougher at 6 furlongs with Knight of the Crown in the race, which might help Invaluable Will a little bit. It'll help him enough to get the win. I would think the class relief alone should put him right there, first or second in here. But again, his running style is kind of what he's up against. He's better than these horses, obviously, dropping back down the class. Doesn't mind an off track either. The 4, Redemption Road, probably will take over if Knight of the Crown doesn't get real loose on him. If he doesn't sit there, Knight of the Crown goes out there by 2. I think he'll be right on that horse's flank most of the time and then take over. He likes 6 furlongs. 2 of his 3 wins have been at 3/4. So, plus he got the feel of winning a race last time. Plays. Sam A doesn't mind an off track, but he's kind of a weird horse. Like, it depends on the off track. Sometimes he doesn't fire on it. Sometimes, and other times he's won on it. Depends. Sama's just a funny horse. He's not very consistent. But last time he ran good, ran second behind the stablemate Nutsy for 5,000. We just saw Nutsy step up win off the claim, although it wasn't the toughest of fields yesterday. He was supposed to run first or second in there. This one ran fourth the race before, may have needed that race, but Brock Moninoff was loose, was absolutely lone speed. And we saw Brock Moninoff again, the main speed in the last race yesterday, win. So Sabes usually to me is an underneath type, but with the off track, if you get the right kind of pace, this is overall a little bit easier field. He should be right there. I'm going to go the 2-4-3 in race number 5. I think they're the major players, unless there's a really, really strong pace. Then War of Thrones can close, and War of Thrones does also like an off track. Doesn't mind it anyway. Okay, 6th race and a big scratch of the 5 Tater and Tot, who figured to be the big favorite in there. Got Naz Alvarado on BC Glory Days, and the key to this race is the distance. We're only going 5 furlongs in race number 6. This never won 2. Well, you first look at it, you say, wow, Drinking Solo's got to win this race. If it's 5.5 or 6 furlongs, there's no way I would pick against Drinking Solo off of the last couple efforts. Unfortunately, the distance might be an issue here because it's so short. And I think BC Glory Days is basically the main speed. I don't know if Zuka Race is as fast as BC Glory Days. Neither is the Wipers on the Bus. I didn't know his Destiny from the Rail would have to really be aggressive to go with that one. It's BC Glory Days' race to lose on the front end. Is he good enough still? He's a funny horse too. When he's done better sometimes when he's pressed. Today he's going to have everything his own way, and it looks like, and it's just a matter of holding on at 5 furlongs, and that's the key. And the thing is, maybe Drinking Solo is, who looks like the best horse in the race, is so much better than BC Glory Days that he chases him down anyway. It's very possible. I mean, he won for his maiden 5 pretty easily, and then stepped up to face the 11 and 9s, and didn't run terribly, just a little over his head. Now back to 5,000 against a really soft $5,000 field. Class-wise, he's supposed to win. He's better than these horses, but distance and pace-wise, that's where he's going to be up against it. Might still run him down, though. He's the other one. Zuka Race has had too many chances for my liking. Maybe the distance will be a little better for him. He did run a 3rd, his only time trying 5 furlongs, although, and that was against East Coast Girl. What are you going to do there? But he's broken a lot of people's hearts too many times, I think, especially this year. His best race was probably his last race. At least this year it was. Didn't miss by much against Ripe for Mischief and BC Glory Days, going 3/4. Maybe trying something a little bit new, sitting back a little more and making a run. I think that worked better for Zuka Race than always trying to be a little aggressive, trying to stay up close with the pace. Unfortunately, I don't think you want to do that in here. Maybe kind of relax off of BC Glory Days and then try to make a run at them. That's how I see it. I'm going 6-2-7 in race number 6. Pace makes the race. Another significant scratch. Like this horse, the 3, Justin Nyquist for a little Oscar. Di Diego's on the 1, Kaz Music. Flores on the 7, the New Miami. Well, I mentioned M. Anthony Ferraro yesterday. He's been on fire all year, but 4 victories on yesterday card. I mean, he got the trip with the one horse. The other horse won the race as the main speed. Figured he'd be tough as the main speed, but the Matoli's legs, he got caught on the inside. He just barely held on to that one. But you know, he's going good, and his horses are all running well. They're in the right spots. These 2, She's an Arctic Queen and Cross Island, both ran in a 1 state bred last time. And She's an Arctic Queen was not very aggressive. And I know you ain't talking to me. I mean, they're different owners, so they're uncoupled. And you don't want to use one as a rabbit when you got 2 different owners. But you usually see when you have 2 horses in and one's got speed, you kind of keep the other one honest. But I know you ain't talking to me. Got loose and was gone. And She's an Arctic Queen actually I thought ran pretty well. And Cross Island didn't run that badly. He just caught wide the entire trip. and did make a kind of a middle move before flattening out. His race isn't as bad as it looks either. But I'm going to go with She's an Arctic Queen. There isn't much speed in here. It's kind of like the last race with I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, that there isn't much speed. I want to see She's an Arctic Queen on the front end. And I think he's got a legitimate chance to go gate to wire in here if she's fast enough. I mean, Kaz Music is stretching out too. Not sure how much speed. She looks like the other one that might have some speed. I don't know if Mrs. Bell stretching out has got as much speed as the other two. But I thought She's an Arctic Queen might be a little bit quicker than Kaz Music, and she could get the lead. At least she could be out there with Kaz Music. And I like her chances in here. Not a lot of route experience for her, but I think she ran pretty well last time. I mean, she had an inside trip, and it wasn't anything wrong with the trip. It's just the other horse got away with some easy fractions. She kind of never really made a move after her until it was too late because she was inside and behind her. The one horse, Kaz Music, she's looking for 3 in a row. She looked good winning last time. I didn't think she was going to get there. I mean, she was outside and had to make that late move. Michael timed it perfectly to get up to get the win. Now goes the mile. She's certainly bred for the route. She went a mile not that long ago at Penn National back in February. She'll get bet, and she's going to be tough. The Murph had a great season, career year for the Murph. And the other one is Cross Island. Like I said, I don't think her race was as bad as it looks. She could not save any ground whatsoever. And again, she made that middle move and flattened out when the lone speed kind of pulled away. The margin of defeat's not as bad as it looks because it was her stablemate that was ahead of her, and her stablemate was able to save ground, so she got the better of the trips of the two. So I wouldn't discount the chances of Cross Island, who goes back to Keeper Koa today. I'm going 5, 1, and 8 in race number 7. How this track plays is going to be important in some of these races because you can narrow them down, and you really can narrow them down to 2 or 3 horses a lot of these races. But as far as who wins the race depends on the pace flow and definitely how this off-track plays. 5,000 claimer is the last, goes a distance of 1.70 miles. Now winners of races to date or never won for condition. It's interesting. You know, this race, Carlo Callahan, who's a great trainer, has got 2 of them in here. I like the one that's 8-1 better than the one that's 5-2. I don't know why Gandy Dancing's 8-1 dropping in class to 5,000. I guess I could understand people betting Lars because he won so easily, but he was lone speed against a terrible bunch last time. I like Andy Dancing, but I do like Lucky Manning a little bit better. Lucky Manning, when you look at the races where he dropped to 5,000, he's better than 5,000. At least he was in the past. He's not a sprinter. He's a better going. I never thought that. Sometimes I'm hard-headed about stuff. I didn't think he had great breeding for the routes, but he has run better going long. You look at the 5,000 route races he had last year. You go back to September when he won for 5,000. You look at the field that he beat that day. That race is easily good enough to crush these. I mean, he had Runabout in there and Lobotomo. Now, I know that's a $5,000 race, but that's a much better $5,000 race than what he'll face here. Now, he didn't fire in his next start, going a little further, mile and 16th, but the speed also got away from him, and he was just never in it. And who knows, something might have went awry in that race too. Other than that race, Lucky Manny has done little wrong, especially in the route races, and he ran huge. I mean, huge off the layoff to run that good second behind Parade Field. I know that the race fell apart overall. So it was funny because the 2 routers ran 1-2 in that race. Lucky Manny was the one that was second. Parade Field was way back early, and the race completely collapsed. I thought he ran probably the biggest race event of them all because the race collapses. He was closer to it. And last race did break poorly, so I think he's going to be awfully tough in here, especially the strength of this field. It's not that tough of a $5,000 race. Other than Gandy Dancing. I thought Gandy Dancing, You look at the 5,000 race that he ran, going short. It was only 4.5 furlongs. He ran very well. Only beat a half length, and it was too short. And you know, a little bit longer distance, he obviously wins. The next couple starts, he ran against Limit Up and Not Away. He ran third against Limit Up and Not Away, only beating a few lengths, and he's 8-1 in here. I guess because of the distance, maybe. I don't know. The breeding isn't bad for the distance. That he should be awfully tough. He comes out of a race won by Fiery Heart. And speaking of Fiery Heart and Limit Up and Father Walsh, that he's only beaten 7 lengths. He's got to be tough in here. I think he's the other one that you got to use. I'll go 5-7, and I'll throw in Bert for third, who drops off of a third place finish. Not a bad effort. Just ran against Ginsu Warrior and Full Moon Fever. That's a tough group for the 11 and 9s. So get some slight class relief against the 5. So I'll go with the 5-7-1. Almost could go either way with a 5 and the 7 in the last race, but those are basically the 2 or 3 that I like in the final race of the day and the final race of the work week. No live racing the rest of the week. Hopefully this weather clears up. Remember, we got simulcast wagering of Saratoga as well right here in Finger Lakes. You can watch it down at the Remedy Bar. Come upstairs to see us. I'll be up here Fridays and Saturdays to keep you guys in line. Anyway, Saratoga runs throughout the week. Our next live day will be Monday. Again, we're going to keep a 1 o'clock first post for the entire rest of July and the entire month of August. So next live day will be Monday with that 1 o'clock first post. I'll see you then.
All right, so we got 12 minutes to post for the first race on the card. Kind of look at this one over again. It's an 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition. Going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Starts this Wednesday card. We scratched the 4, Tracy's Girl. And kind of looking at it from a pace standpoint, it'll be interesting to see how this racetrack plays today. We do have a track labeled muddy. Special Pal looks like the inside speed of the race. Question is, can she carry that speed against this field? And can she get a clear lead over Grand Lady Indy? It really doesn't see much for any other speed. And I think at 5.5 she does. Because Grand Lady Indy has more speed at three quarters than trying to be that aggressive at 5.5. So Special Pal will try to take it all the way. She was facing allowance horses. She dropped to the 11-9 level to start off the season, and she stays at that level again off of the victory. And she'd had that win despite not having the best of starts either. She's at odds of 2-1. The 2 is Grand Lady Indy. She actually drops off of a victory. Now she's winless at the distance, but she comes off a good victory last time. Looked like she had it in hand. Looks like she was cruising to that victory and then stopped on a dime, and it was Hillbilly Lady that chased her the entire trip that almost caught her at the wire. We had a couple races in a row that were like that. It was kind of a fun day on July 1st, but Grand Lady Indy's certainly a strong player here. The fact that she won the allowance race and moves to a claimer right after that makes her automatically a player. The horse that's a favorite on the board is the 3 Georgie's Ladies. Probably does improve getting a race under her belt. One thing about Michael S. Ferraro, a lot of them don't need races. So I don't know, but I guess it's still a positive that she stays at 11-9 despite being in the waiver claim last time. And it's just a matter of being able to close on Special Pal. If that one gets too easy a lead, she's not going to be able to quite get there. She had 3 seconds in a row to finish off the season, and she's obviously a top 3 threat again today. And she will improve a little bit out of that race anyway, even though they didn't go that fast in 108 and change. She's a big threat. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 1. Again, we scratch the 4, Tracy's Girl.
The field for race 1 is out on the track. The 1 is Special Pal with Andre Worry. The 2 is Grand Lady Indy with Heyman Harkey. The 3 is Georgie's Ladies. Luis Perez rides. Scratch the 4, Tracy's Girl. The 5 is Subtle Giant with Emmanuel De Diego. And the 6 is Sweet Sugar Baby. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. Welcome to Wednesday at Finger Lakes. I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile. We wrap the week here. Hope you had a good one with us this week. We dodged some crazy weather, but we had a couple of fun stakes races. Congratulations again to the connections of Caldwell Loves Gold. And really to runner-up, Sweet Brown Sugar. Both ran really well in the New York Oaks. And, of course, Pandagate and Doc Sullivan, the 2 favorites, put on quite a show through the stretch in the New York Derby. Congratulations to all of the participants, especially the winners. And we wrap the week here. Little pick 6 carryover starts in race number 3, $2,400. Pick 4 starts here. Early one does. I like the 3 Georgie's Ladies. You wanted speed yesterday on the wet track. It's still muddy, and Georgie's Ladies has some speed outside of the other 2 speed horses in here. Special Pal, the 1 and 2 Grand Lady Indy, who I round out things with. I just think Georgie's Lady from the draw is able to play the break, see how it goes. Her 1 race on a wet track is pretty good. It was right before she came back this season, last year on Halloween, a muddy sealed track. So we'll see if she can get the benefit of watching the other 2 inside of her. Maybe duke it out, the other 2 being the 2 Grand Lady Indy. There she is, looking for 2 in a row for Lima Stables. Omar Loiza. She has not missed the board since being claimed down at Tampa in May. All 4 starts here at Finger Lakes, a win, a couple of seconds, a third. The win came last time. She just held off Hillbilly Lady, who re-engaged her. Fun stretch battle that day. Heyman Harkey's ridden her in all 4 of her starts here. He stays aboard. She's run well from off the pace and on the lead. Her best race was last time when she was duking it out on the front end. I would imagine that's the plan in here. And speaking of duking it out on the front end, the 1 Special Pal. She went gate to wire, returning from a December layoff for Chris Englehart. She raced really well on her return to Finger Lakes. She's run well in the past. 0 for 2 on wet tracks. Her 2 worst races are easily her wet track tries. She ran last in both of them. So we'll see, maybe she can overcome that. She's facing much lesser as far as the claiming ranks go today. 3-2-1 blast off. That's how I see it in race 1. Free PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Got that pick 6 carryover in the third. Best of luck here on this Wednesday at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the Wednesday opener is at the gate, and it's post time here at Finger Lakes. Last chance to get your early pick 4 tickets in as current even money favorite Special Pal goes in first, looking for 2 in a row. Grand Lady Indy goes in. Here's Georgie's Ladies. Long shot Subtle Giant in. The last to load is Sweet Sugar Baby. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bit of a slow start there for Georgie's Lady. She's at the back of the pack. On the outside, there goes Sweet Sugar Baby. Now at the rail, Special Pal. Special Pal grabs the lead from Sweet Sugar Baby, who battles back right away. A gap of 2.5 lengths early on here to Grand Lady Indy, overcoming that poor start. Georgie's Ladies in fourth. And at the back, it's the long shot Subtle Giant. 2 by 2. As they make their way on the far turn through an opening quarter quick, 22-2. Special Pal, the favorite, battling long shot Sweet Sugar Baby. These two joined by Grand Lady Indy, who switched to the 3-path. Riding the rails is Georgie's Ladies. The field making their way off the turn and into the stretch. Special Pal, Grand Lady Indy outside. Plenty of room at the inside for Georgie's Ladies, and she's trying to shoot on through. Special Pal, here's Grand Lady Indy. Grand Lady Indy, Special Pal past the 8th pole. Special Pal battles back at the rail. Grand Lady Indy, they're going at it. 16th pole. Special Pal, Grand Lady Indy, Special Pal, and Grand Lady Indy got her. Grand Lady Indy got her right on the money. Special Pal was valiant but vanquished today in 105 and 4. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 2, Grand Lady Indy was first. 1, Special Pal second. 3, Georgie's Ladies third. 6, Sweet Sugar Baby finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, Grand Lady Indy. 3-year-old daughter of Take Charge Indy out of the Cape Town mare, Cape Discovery. Grand Lady Indy is owned by Lima Horse Racing LLC. That means it's Lima time. Trainer Zilma Lawaza, winning rider He-Man Harkey, and it's official. $2 exacta 2-1, $8.90. 50-cent try, 213, $4.80. And the 10-cent super, 2136, $1.14. Race 2 comes up next. The first pick 3 of the day kicks off in race 2. A rider change for the 1 Jacoba to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 1 Jacoba here in race number 2. Post time for the second is in just over 24 minutes.
Got 11 minutes to post for race number 2. And yeah, the key to the race was Sweet Sugar Baby was aggressive, so Special Pal wasn't able to get the easy lead that you'd expect her to get in there as the main speed, but Sweet Sugar Baby was more aggressive, and Presser, Grand Lady Indy was able to get to that leader, and it was close at the end as Special Pal and Grand Lady Indy battled it out to the wire. Grand Lady Indy always makes it close, but Heeman Harkey gets the victory for trainer Ilmar Loaiza. That's 2 in a row, aggressively placed right to the claimer off of the win against allowance horses. 5,000 claimer goes the distance of 1.70 miles, is the second. You got Jackie Davis on the 1, Jacoba. And this is quite the puzzle here as you got a bunch of horses that were running for 5. And you look at all of their last races, other than Jacoba was running against allowance horses, none of them were in the top 3 in their most recent start at 5,000. So who's the best horse in the race? Who's running well? Well, one of the logic I had was the 1, Jacoba. At least you could say he's missing the top 3 against better horses in the 1 state bred. He ran 5th behind Stone Guitar in his first race off the layoff. Wasn't a terrible effort. That was Stone Guitar was up in class. But Tacony Road has won since. His best race was stretching out. He ran 4th behind Delta Ridge and Shanty Shack. Granted, he wasn't that competitive as far as winning the race. He did make a nice middle move before fading. Last race was not good, though. So he drops to 5,000. Unless he's totally gone the wrong direction, he should be able to handle this pretty soft field, at least be one of the main contenders going to the bottom. The last time he ran for 5,000, that was in a 3 lifetime, and he won the race by 9 lengths, talking about back in July of last year. The 5-horse Joe's Had Enough is another one that's got a little back class. Maybe that's something you want to look at in a race that isn't that strong. Now, he finished off the board last time in a race that looked like was going to have a lot of speed and did. It was a race crying out for a closer. Angelic Mission was the only other closer in the race, and that horse did rally to be second. Crunch BBB got a nice trip up the inside. But he stretches out to a route. He's probably better going long, and he should get a nice trip. He's a logical horse, and he's going to get play. He's at odds of 9-5. The 3 horses OK Game On was my long shot in here. OK Game On, if you look at last year's form, ran okay for 5,000. This is a horse that only got beat a half length to Boldly and then ran a good second when stretched out in the slop in 1.70 miles. He doesn't mind an off track. He's 7 for 12 in the top 3. If you look at the overall record, it's not bad when there's moisture in the track. Problem is last race, but he probably needed that start off the layoffs in September. So if he can run his race here, he could be very competitive against these 5,000 claimers. And he's going to be a price. He's currently at odds of 6-1. Well, those are some of the contenders for race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
The field for race 2 has made its way to the track. The 1 is Jacoba. Note the rider change to Jackie Davis. The 2 is Ringgood with John Berrios. The 3 is Okay, Game On with Nazario Alvarado. The 4 is Follow the Signs. Heeman Harkey looks to sweep the early double. The 5 is Joe's Had Enough. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. And the 6 is Along Came the Prince with Stephen Frett. First pick 3 of the day kicks off, and see if Ilmar Loiza can go back-to-back to kick the day off. Joe's Had Enough. He only has a couple of two-turn dirt races on his card. They were against Better, an optional 8 starter 5 at Tampa, and a straight A other than optional claimer at Tampa. 2 races where he was in way over his head. But he has two-turn turf races, so I don't think it was the distance in the dirt races. I just think it was the company he kept, and he tries the nickel again. Tried it for going 3/4 last time. Went 5.5 for 11 when he first got here on a wet track, and he kind of handled it okay. I just felt like I didn't think he was going to be odds on, but I thought he made the most sense because he has some real buyer speed figures here that could do some serious damage against these horses. So I'll take him even though he's 4 to 5. I didn't like that price, but I do like Joe's Had Enough. The 1 Jacoba drops in off the allowance tries, 3 in fact, for Jim Patine since the layoff since October. Another one. He likes the 2 turns. He's done okay here at Finger Lakes, and he's hit the board 3 times on wet tracks. In fact, the highest speed figure of his career was on a wet track. So I don't think the moisture is going to hurt him. Jackie's ridden him a couple of times. She's back aboard, and it's just a huge drop from that allowance race to the nickel here. He's a much better price, not just in real time, but comparatively to Joe's Had Enough. Not enough of a disparity for me to change picks, but he's a nice price at 3 to 1. And then finally, the 4, Follow the Signs. Follow the Signs. His form is littered with sprints. Last 12 tries at the very least. I found it interesting when Jeff Englehart claimed this horse and put him away for the winter that he had never raced in the state as a New York bred. He's run at the bottom at this nickel the whole time. He has not performed that well, but he stretches out now. He's by Colonel John. He has 2 races where he's went long in the past. He has a good turf form. Some of those races were going long, so he stretches back out. Now, he's obviously the best price of the 3 horses I like, but he probably has the most questions to answer. 5-1-4 for me. Best of luck if you're playing the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to kick off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Jacoba, the first to load. Ring Goods next. Okay, game on goes in. Don't forget, pick 6 carryover starts in race 3, $2,400. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for free PPs, courtesy of Equibase, each and every day of the racing season. As Follow the Signs is in. Here's current favorite, Joe's Had Enough. Last to loads, Along Came the Prince. They're in the gate. And they're off. On the far outside, Along Came the Prince for the lead. Stephen Frett trying to cross and clear from the outside draw. Rushing up to his outside is Follow the Signs. And on the far outside, about 5 wide into that first turn, Joe's Had Enough. Jacoba saves all the ground in 4th, followed by Ring Good. And at the back, It's Okay. Game On. He's 7 lengths from the lead. 3 of them battling now. Joe's Had Enough is going to clear from that 3-wide journey on the first turn through an opening quarter and an easy 25 and 3. Joe's Had Enough of being in that duel and has a length and a half lead. Seconds Follow the Signs. From the outside draw, Along Came the Prince now rides the rails in 3rd. 4th is Ring Good. Gap of 2 lengths back to Jacoba, and the trailer still Okay. Game On. Half 50 and 2. So they picked it up just a touch there as they race towards the far turn here at Finger Lakes with Joe's Had Enough in front. Along the insides, Along Came the Prince. Follow the Signs. Battles on between horses with Ring Good spun 3 wide into the far turn. Jacoba's trying to pick it up with Jackie Davis. And Okay. Game On. Not today for him. He's well at the back. The field's midway on the turn, and Joe's Had Enough is running up the score already. Joe's Had Enough takes him off the turn and into the stretch through 3/4 in 1:15, and he has a 6-length lead. It's all Joe's Had Enough. Ring Good trying to make up ground late, as is Jacoba down the center. They pass the 8th pole. Joe's Had Enough. Jacoba's trying to make it closer, but Joe's Had Enough's lead is insurmountable. It's all Joe's Had Enough. He's 40 yards from the line, and he's 4 in front. Joe's Had Enough by 3.5 on the line. Jacoba, then Ring Good. Follow the Signs rounds out the super in 147 and 2. Number 5, Joe's Had Enough was first. 1, Jacoba second. 2, Ringgood third. 4, Follow the Signs finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 5, Joe's Had Enough. 4-year-old geldings by He's Had Enough out of the Go Zapper Mare, Kansas Queen. Joe's Had Enough is owned by Lima Horse Racing LLC. That means one thing. It's double Lima time. Clean sweep of the early double for trainer Ilmar Loiza. Winning rider Anthony Rodriguez. And it's official. $2 double, 2-5. $12 even. $2 exact to 5-1, $6.40. 50-cent try, 5-1-2, $4 even. 10-cent super, 5-1, 2-4, $1.60. Race number 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. And today's pick 6 features a carryover of $2,400. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Race number 3. A rider change for the 2, Maravilloso, to Jose Baez. Jose Baez rides the 2. And scratch the 6, Honorable Lily. Here in race 3, scratch the 6, Honorable Lily. Race number 4, scratch the 2B, New York Riesling. Scratch the 2B. Rider change for the 4, Fighter Kite, to Luis Perez. And a rider change for the 5, Escape Mission, to Cabercoa. Those changes in race 4. Race number 5, no changes. If you turn to race 6, scratch the 5, Tater and Tot. Race 6, scratch the 5. And a rider change for the 6, BC Glory Days, to Nazario Alvarado. Alvarado rides the 6 in race 6. Race number 7, rider change for the 1, Kaz Music, to Emmanuel de Diego. Scratch the 3, Justin Nyquist. Race 7, scratch the 3. And a rider change for the 7, the New Miami, to Jeremias Flores. Flores rides the 7 in race 7. And in our finale, race number 8, a rider change for the 5, Lucky Manny, to Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro rides the 5, Lucky Manny, in race 8. Again, $2,400 carryover. The $1 pick 6 starts here in race 3. And post time for race 3 is in just over 23 minutes. Folks, come on out Monday, August 12th, as the handicapping contest returns to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Registration begins when the doors open at 11:30 for a 1 o'clock first post. Lucky North members, a free chance to win $1,000 cash. It's Monday, August 12th, our third handicapping contest of the season. Free for you Lucky North members. Registration begins at 11:30 when the doors open. First post, as it is each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes, is 1 p.m. We hope to see you then. And before then, of course.
Okay, pick six starts with the third. What a big effort by Joe's Had Enough. No doubt about it, winner. Pulling Anthony Rodriguez right to the front end and just not looking back after that. Easy win for Joe's Had Enough. They found him odds of 4-5. That's two in a row for Ilmar Loaiza. He also won the first with Grand Lady Indy for Lima Racing. So good start for Ilmar. Now we go to the third race. So we do start a pick six with this race. There's a small carryover, $2,400. And you look at this third race, it's probably a pick five. My Bronx Baby, that was her mulligan last time as she got mixed up in a little bit of a duel and failed at 1-9. And, you always have some excuses. I mean, that was a weaker field than the 3 Lifetime field that she beat in her race before, beating Honest Banker. I'm going to give her one there. I mean, she did get caught up in the duel. The speed did stop at that race. And Embraceable Gal's no slouch. Now, there's no Embraceable Gal's good closer in here, even if she does mix it up with Small Pebbles. And one of the other things that you got to take into consideration was temperature was in the 90s that day, and you're in a speed duel, and that's one of the reasons she stopped as well. Looks like this is her race to lose in here, and she's probably not going to get beat. So you get the free square here with race number 3. Right now, 3-5. I wouldn't expect her to be that high. Handicap at 101, so My Bronx Baby won't lose race number 3. So you're looking for a horse for second, basically, in this race. Probably, you can look at it like, well, maybe Darn That Song could sit as tripping behind the speed of My Bronx Baby and Small Pebbles, and then close to be second. Or you could get a deeper closer like Maravigliosa, the new face for Little Oscar, coming in here. Actually, the horse is the only 4-time winner in the field. Most of them are 3 lifetimes, and Mimimo Dreams is out of condition as a 2-time winner, but maybe that's kind of how you look at it. I thought Darn That Song would get the nice trip, kind of follow the leaders type thing and hang on for second or third. Switches back to Koa, so I wouldn't expect her to be that aggressive to try to chase after My Bronx Baby and or Small Pebbles. I think My Bronx Baby will get the lead today, but should land a share with her usual effort. Small Pebbles will be the interesting one. What is her tactics going to be? She sent hard last time and actually ran well in the heat to end up running fourth, going out there with My Bronx Baby. I mean, they didn't give My Bronx Baby a break in that race as they did a quick first quarter, and she pressed up into it. She's got some class. I mean, this is a horse that was in stakes races in the past. She did drop to the 11-9 before stepping back up after the waiver claim last time, and she ran her best race in a while last time to be fourth. And if My Bronx Baby keeps her in the race, she could be in the top 3 in here. The other horse would be Maravigliosa. She's been against open claimers. She was against 12-5s. She didn't fire at all, going 7 furlongs last time. Her running style could help her here if she could sit back and make a run. And one of the things you could factor in, she is the only 4-time winner in the field. You got a bunch of 3-time winners, but she's got to run better than what she did last time. And maybe she can run second or third in here, as everybody's chasing after My Bronx Baby, who probably won't lose in here. That one's at odds of 3-5. So Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, pick 3, and the pick 6 starts with this race. We do scratch the 6, Honorable Lily.
The field for race 3. The start of the $1 pick 6 is on the track. The 1 is Small Pebbles with Nazario Alvarado. The 2 is Maravilloso. Note the rider changed to Jose Baez. The 3 is Mommy Joe Dreams with Kevin Navarro. The 4 is Darn That Song. Cabracoa rides. And the 5 is My Bronx Baby with Jackie Davis. Scratch the 6, Honorable Lily. We kicked the pick 6 off. I would imagine many people think that you have a free bingo square here. I do not agree. I took the long shot on the board here. Maravilloso shipping in from Naira for Oscar Barrera to third. Finger Lakes native Oscar Barrera to third. Tried the source going 7/8 last time, a mile when he claimed her 2 starts back. She's running against much better. I feel like these 5.5 and 6 furlong distances actually help her rather than hurt her. She has crossed the line first on wet tracks 3 times. She was disqualified from her most recent win back in March on a wet track. She really likes wet tracks. And she has a lot of pace to run into today. My Bronx Baby, who we're going to get to in a minute, is fast. Darn That Song is fast. Even Mommy Joe Dreams has some speed. Now, she's not as fast as My Bronx Baby. And Darn That Song's probably not as fast as My Bronx Baby either. But they saw the chink in the armor last time from My Bronx Baby, and I would imagine somebody is going to go. I would imagine it's Darn That Song. My Bronx Baby raced on a good track. That's a lot different than the track we have today. It was her first start of the year. She beat Bustin' Time. Look, she's been good. She was 1-20 last time, and she did not get the job done. She was softened up on the front end, and there is that chink in the armor. Somebody, I think, is going to go to the lead with her today, and I think it makes her vulnerable. I'll try Maravilloso. I'll put My Bronx Baby second. Mommy with Joe Dreams could be the one that sits the right trip off of My Bronx Baby and Darn That Song, and maybe she comes calling first. She's looking for 2 in a row. She got the job done in the 2 life last time. And now she goes into the state bred restricted. We'll see. She looks great on the track for Jonathan Buckley, I can tell you that. All of his horses always look so good on the racetrack, and he has had a real solid meet. He's hit the board going into this week. He's hit the board with 45 of his 77 runners. That's a big, big percentage. And they're all seemingly running well, and she should get the right trip just off the other speeds today. She has some questionable wet track form. That's her only issue. But she might get the right trip. 2-5-3 for me. We'll see if the Aqueduct ship and Maravilloso can pull the upset. Best of luck here if you're playing the pick 6 in race number 3. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3. The start of the $1 pick 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. A couple of long shots will load in first. Small Pebbles goes in. Here's Maravilloso. Mommy, Joe Dreams is next. Followed by Darn That Song. And your odds-on favorite, My Bronx Baby. They're in the gate. And they're off. First head you saw was Mommy, Joe Dreams. Now along the inside there, Small Pebbles, and My Bronx Baby. So My Bronx Baby and Small Pebbles, the long shot, bringing it right to the favorite. It's deja vu all over again for My Bronx Baby, who puts her head in front. Small Pebbles battles on along the inside. Darn That Song waiting 2 lengths back in third, followed by Mommy, Joe Dreams, and from the back, Maravilloso tries to rev up now. She's about 7 or 8 lengths from the lead. My Bronx Baby, 22-1, a contentious opening quarter. Small Pebbles couldn't stay with her. Here's Darn That Song. Back 4 lengths from them in fourth is Mommy, Joe Dreams. Maravilloso's riding the rails in fifth. Off the turn and into the stretch. They win a half here in 46. My Bronx Baby, Small Pebbles battles back. Darn That Song down the center. Small Pebbles and My Bronx Baby go at it past the 8 pole. My Bronx Baby trying to hold. Small Pebbles not going away. Darn That Song, deep stretch. My Bronx Baby's almost home. Here comes Darn That Song. My Bronx Baby holds on by a long neck. Darn That Song couldn't get her. Small Pebbles was third. Final time was 105-3. Photo finish, hold all tickets. Number 5, My Bronx Baby was first. 4, Darn That Song second. 1, Small Pebbles third. 3, Mommy, Joe Dreams was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, My Bronx Baby. 3-year-old daughter of Matoli out of the Spitestown there, My Bronx. Tails a New York bred. My Bronx Baby's owned by Dorico Racing and Breeding LLC, trained by Carl Grusmark, winning rider Jackie Davis. Great to see a bunch of young folks in the winner's circle here for this win picture with My Bronx Baby. It's official. $2 double, pair of fives, $5.50. $2 exact to 5-4, $4.90. 50-cent try, 541. $2.60, 10-cent super, 5413. $1.06. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of the 50-cent pick 5. Scratch the 2B, New York Riesling. A rider change for the 4, Fighter Kite to Luis Perez. And a rider change for the 5, Escape Mission to Cabracoa. Post time for race 4. The start of the 50-cent pick 5 is in just over 25 minutes. racing fans, track is now labeled good and it is sealed. Track now labeled good and it is sealed.
All right, coming up on race number 4, this will start the pick 5. Well, My Bronx Baby does not disappoint as the heavy favorite. Maybe not as easy as I thought that she would win, but she did get the victory. Jackie Davis for trainer Carl Grusmark, Small Pebbles, again, gave her a little bit of a battle. She rated off her a little bit more before taking over, but Small Pebbles would not go away, and darn that song, tried to put in a late run. They tried to go after My Bronx Baby, but she was too good, and she got the victory to start off the pick 6. They hammered her there this time, 1-9 again on her. We scratched the 2B New York Riesling, that's the only scratch here. Scratch 2B New York Riesling. Louis Perez should be listed on the 4 Fighter Kite. Keeber Koa on the 5 Escape Mission. Now look at the 6 Bay Bank, and you got to forgive his first start off the laugh if you're playing him. You got to look at last year's form. This horse beat these type of horses despite breaking poorly that day, and that's the key. Broke his maiden for 11, and he seemed to be an improving horse because his next start, his first start against winners, he beat New York Riesling and Fighter Kite, a couple that were signed up in here, New York Riesling Scratch. But he did it after not really breaking that well. So this horse was much the best that day. They thought enough to put him up against allowance horses after that, and he ran into Pompous Prince. Well, he comes off the layoff and doesn't fire at all, so they drop him a step to 11-9 and where he was last year, which I don't have a problem with because he was there last year. So Baybank looks like the horse to beat. He's at odds of 2-1. Escape Mission looks like the main threat. He was running for 5,000 at the end of last year. Was sharp this year. Came off the layoff at 5 furlongs, which is a good distance for him. Won that day, and really not the best tactics. His next day, he slowed it down, but Old Point came up and really a sharp ride by Rodriguez to get right up with him, and it turned it into a sprint to the wire because they went so slow that he ended up losing the race. But he's got tactical speed that could be close. Hard not to use him in the top 3 in race number 4. The other horse to consider would be the 2 Courageous Ola, who could be the outside of the speed, as he's outside of Escape Mission. But he's quick when he wants to be. But he's been going too fast the last 2 races against allowance horses, been quitting pretty badly. So now he dropped slightly to 5.5. He's dangerous if he's able to get the front end from that outside position. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 5 starts in the 4th. Again, scratch the 2B New York Riesling.
The field for race 4, the start of the pick 5, is on the track. The one's Money Making Kaz with John Berrios. The 1A's Lucky Mucho Man, Jeremias Flores rides. The 2 is Courageous Ula with Nazario Alvarado. The 3 is Gold in Them Hills, Andre Worry's in the saddle. The 4 is Fighter Kite. Note the rider change to Luis Perez. The 6 is Baybank with Emmanuel De Diego. And there's the 5, Escape Mission. Note the rider change to Kibarkoa. Again, scratch the 2B New York Riesling here. So we have a field of 7, 6 betting interests. I went to Gold in Them Hills from my man Ralphie D. And source, despite being the number 3, draws the rail with the originally 2 entries. Dropped to this level last time. Did not have the cleanest of trips. And he ran into a buzzsaw. Superb Surprise came back off the layoff and crop dusted 2 fields back to back. Now he's back in for the 11. And quite frankly, even though it's the same level, I feel like this is just an easier bunch of horses for him. I can't believe he's 4-1 right now. And he's like the 4th choice at 4-1. I put Gold in Them Hills from the rail, despite being the number 3. On top, the 5 Escape Mission. 3rd off the layoff for Ronnie Breed Jr., who's really had a good meeting. First 3rd in a meet in the books, and he's had a good one. This horse is a neck away from being perfect off the layoff. Just missed an Old Point last time out. He's had a lot of time now between races, 6 weeks to be exact. And I think the freshening is probably going to do him some good. He doesn't have the greatest form on wet tracks. He actually won on a wet track here and was disqualified. But those other 2 races are a little suspect on a wet track. He's part of the reason I didn't pull the trigger and put him on top. But he's certainly a player in here, and his form off the layoff has been very, very good. And then we'll round it out with the 6 Baybank, who broke his maiden over a good track up here at Finger Lakes. He came back last time in the allowance race, and he just didn't fit with those horses. The one time he ran for the 2 Life 11,000, he sat off the pace, made the lead in the turn, and just dusted him, won by an easy 3 lengths. He makes a lot of sense. He fits the condition. I just don't like when they come off the layoff and run as poorly as he did. I know he ran, at a much higher level, but he went to the bench at that higher level and just got beat a length, and then he came back and got beat 11 lengths. Maybe it was just the layoff, but the fact that Maya drops him right in, maybe it's a little bit more than the layoff. 3, 5, 6 for me. Kick off the 50-cent pick 5 here. I'm sorry. Pick 5 time. It's race 4 for the pick 5. Best of luck. Post times in less than a minute. Fields at the gate. The field for race 4 has made its way to the gate, and it's post time. As is the usual here at Finger Lakes, Money Making Kaz goes in. John Barrios climbs aboard. He's in stall 2. To his left, current favorite Gold in Them Hills goes in. Long shot fighter Kite is up next. Here's Escape Mission. He's followed by Baybank. Lucky Mucho Man goes in. And the last to load is going to be Courageous Ooh La. There in the gate. And they're off. Courageous Ula last in, first out. Here comes Baybank to challenge, but Courageous Ula and Nazario Alvarado from the outside draw open up a 2.5 length lead and get over to the inside. Baybank stays outside and gives chase in second. Along the inside is Golden Them Hills third, followed by Lucky Mucho Man, who's fourth. Moving up at the fifth is Escape Mission. He went past Fighter Kite. And at the back of the pack is Money Making Kaz, 22-2. The opening quarter as the field makes their way along the far turn. Courageous Ooh La. Baybank ratchets up the pressure. Here comes Golden Them Hills with a 3-wide bid. From the back, Escape Mission trying to get involved. Just went past Lucky Mucho Man. Then Fighter Kite and nothing from Money Making Kaz. Off the turn and into the stretch. Courageous Ula trying to see it through. Half went in 46-1. Baybanks had dead aim the whole time. Up the inside, Fighter Kite trying to chime in late. Down the center, it's Golden Them Hills. Deep stretch. Courageous Ula's almost home. Baybank another run on him. Courageous Ula and Baybank. Baybank, Courageous Ula. Baybank going the better and just got there. Baybank got Courageous Ula in the last couple of jumps. Fighter Kite was third. Golden Them Hills rounds out the super in 106-1. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 6, Baybank was first. 2, Courageous Ula was second. 4, Fighter Kite third. 3, Golden Them Hills finished fourth. 6-2, 4-3 here in the fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Baybank. 4-year-old Geldings is on a Central Banker of the Here Comes Ben mare, Kiss the Wind. A New York bred, Baybank's owned by Curra Stables, trained by Jeremiah Englehart. Winning rider, Emmanuel De Diego. And it's official. Draw a double 5-6, $7.80. $2 exact to 6-2, $15.80. 50-cent try, 6-2-4, 17 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 6-2-4-3, $7.95. 50-cent pick 3, 5-5-6, $3.55. 50-cent pick 4, 2-5-5-6, $8.55. Race 5 comes up next. It's the start of the late pick 4. There are no changes in race 5. Race 6. Scratch to 5, Tater and Tot. Rider change for the 6, BC Glory Days to Nazario Alvarado. Race 7. Scratch to 3, Justin Nyquist. Rider change for the 1, Kaz Music to Emmanuel De Diego. Rider change for the 7, the New Miami to Jeremiah Flores. And in race number 8, a rider change for the 5, Lucky Manny to Kevin Navarro. Post time for race 5. The start of the late pick 4 is in just over 21 minutes. Folks, don't forget, Monday, August 12th, our third handicapping contest of the season. That's right. Come on out Monday, August 12th. Lucky North members, free shot at $1,000 cash. That's right. The winner gets $1,000 cash. Registration begins when the doors open at 11:30. First post 1 p.m. Get your free PPs each and every racing day over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. It's our third handicapping contest of the year. Free for Lucky North members. Coming up on Monday, August 12th.
All right, in the paddock for race number 5. No big surprises there. In the 4th is Baybank, able to drop and pop, and Manuel Di Diego aboard. Did get a battle, had to get by Courageous Ola, who was getting brave on the front end, but Baybank able to just get up to get the victory to start off your pick 5. 5th race, a 5,000 claimer, now where's a race since a date or never won 4 races. Goes 6 furlongs. Start with Invaluable Will. And big question is going to be pace more than anything. This is a horse that is just classier than these as he goes all the way to the bottom here to face these beaten $5,000. The horse, I mean, he's only 4 lengths beaten by Fiery Heart and Limit Up in his last start. Unfortunately, he has run to his competition in the past. And the other thing is going to be the pace setup here. Does Knight of the Crown become aggressive from the rail and go with the speed of Redemption Road? I mean, probably can be faster if he's aggressive. You know, Redemption Road doesn't need the lead anyway. He could probably sit right outside of Knight of the Crown, but at least it'll give Valuable Will something to run at in this race. Class-wise, he's better than these horses. It's just a matter of running style and closing to get the win here, going 6 furlongs. He's currently at odds of 4 to 5, is getting the play on the class drop. The 4 is Redemption Road, and he's a horse that doesn't really go out there and get an easy lead or anything. He runs to his competition, Elias, another one like that. He's 7 for 8 in the top 3 at this distance, so he likes 6 furlongs. He comes off a win against Much Easier in that 3 lifetime condition, so a little tougher here for Redemption Road, but he's always up for the task. His only loss, or the only time off the board, was at Aqueduct. He has hit the board every start that he's been in here at Finger Lakes. Unfortunately, that's more seconds and thirds than victories, but he's an honest horse. He's a good-looking horse, and he always fires. So he's currently at odds of 9 to 2. Tough not to use in the top 3 with that on-the-board percentage. Sam Mays, another interesting one. As consistent as Redemption Road is, Sam Mays hasn't been that way. He finished off the board in his first start, but he does have an excuse of being behind a horse that was lone speed in Brock Moninoff. Brock Moninoff came back to win yesterday in a short field where he was lone speed. So, and then he ran behind Nutsy. Nutsy also came back to win his next start. So he's been behind 2 next style winners, and he's not bad on an off track at all. It's just a matter of getting the right kind of trip as well. Plus, he's got to outkick Invaluable Will in this race. But another one hard to leave out of the top 3. The only other one that really plays would be War of Thrones, and he's another one that's at the mercy of that early pace. He just doesn't have the kind of speed to be up close lately. His last 2 races, he's found himself with too much to do in both of them. Finished behind Sam A in that last race, and the race before, he just found himself way too far back, almost double digits back of Production Credit and others in that 6 furlong race. So if he can be a little sharper today and be in the race, he can be dangerous in here, as he has shown a liking to the off track. It's just, is this the same War of Thrones we've seen in the past, and can he pick him up if he gets a quick enough pace in front of him? So just another one to consider in race number 5. We start the late pick 4 with this race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4 is on the track. The 1 is Knight of the Crown with Nazario Alvarado. The 2 is Invaluable Will. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. The 3 is Seme with Luis Perez. The 5 is War of Thrones with Cabercoa. The 6 is Blue City with Anthony Rodriguez. And the 4 is Redemption Road with Kevin Navarro. All right, I'm going to make it quick here because the horse just came out a minute or so late. Redemption Road for me, I just think he's going to go gate to wire. The only horse that could give him fits early is the 1 Knight of the Crown, and I just think Redemption Road's faster than him. I see Navarro being aggressive, putting him on the front end, and that'll be the end of it. I like Redemption Road a lot today. I can't believe he's 3-1. He's the 4th choice at 3-1. It's a wide open tote board, as it probably should be. But I really like Redemption Road with the speed edge, and the fact that he's never missed a board in 6 tries on a wet track. 2 Invaluable Will goes from the optional starter 5, optional 8 to the straight 5. Gets that class relief, I should say. His biggest issue, of course, is the fact that there's not a lot of speed in here, and he could use some. I wouldn't want him as the favorite at that shorter price of 2-1, but he certainly can round out the supers and stuff with that class relief alone. And then the 3 Seme, third off the layoff. Kevin Navarro goes to Redemption Road. He picks up Luis Perez, and Luis Perez did a lot of good on this horse last year, so I'm not too concerned with the rider change. He's had a lot of success here at Finger Lakes as well. 4-2-3 for me as we get ready to kick off the late pick 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 5 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to kick off the late pick 4, Knight of the Crown. One of the long shots in here will go in first. Followed by Invaluable Will. Samé is next. Redemption Road gets a spin and goes in. Same could be said for War of Thrones. Blue City, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between horses, there's Samé for the lead. Now at the rail, Knight of the Crown speeds up, and Knight of the Crown takes the lead. Redemption Road moves into second, with Blue City outside in third. Back and forth along the inside, there's Invaluable Will. Fifth, about 5 lengths from the lead, is Samé. And the trailer is War of Thrones. He's 8 or 9 lengths from the lead. Redemption Road right to the throat latch of Knight of the Crown through an opening quarter in 23 flat. 2 more lengths back to Invaluable Will. Blue City's battling along with him. 5 more back to the duo of Samé and War of Thrones midway on the far turn. Redemption Road, here comes Invaluable Will. Invaluable Will comes a-calling. Knight of the Crown stays in it at the rail. The field making their way off the turn and into the stretch through a half in 46 and 4. Redemption Road, there's a ton of room at the inside for Samé. Samé shoots on through. Redemption Road, Invaluable Will on the outside just took the lead away from both of them. Invaluable Will, Samé battles. Redemption Road's had enough. Deep stretch here. Invaluable Will trying to hold off Samé. Invaluable Will starting to edge away, and he's going to win it by a length and a half under the line. Samé wins a photo for place over Redemption Road, tight for 4th and 113. Number 2, Invaluable Will was first. It's a photo for second. Three, Samé second. 4, Redemption Road third. 5, War of Thrones finished fourth. 2, 3, 4, 5 here in the 5th. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, Invaluable Will. 8-year-old gelding's the son of Will Cox Inn out of the Value Plus mare, Valuable Lady. A New York bred, Invaluable Will is owned and trained by Deborah Breed, winning rider Rafael Rojina Jr. And it's official. Is that a swish? the swish. $2 double 6-2, 19 even. $2 exacta 2-3, 14 even. 50-cent try 2-3-4, 10.55. 10-cent super 2-3-4-5, $3.10. 50-cent pick 3, 5-6-2, $6.10. Race 6 comes up next. The final pick 3 kicks off in race number 6. Scratch the 5, Tater and Tot. Rider change for the 6, BC Glory Days to Nazario Alvarado. Post time for the 6th is in just over 21 minutes.
right, getting ready for race number 6, and yeah, Invaluable Will, just better than those horses on the drop in class. Goes from running against Limit Up and Fiery Heart to those $5,000 claimers, and you see it was just too good. Raf Rohina for owner-trainer Deborah Breed. All right, another 5,000 claimer. This one a 2 lifetime, going a short distance of 5 furlongs. No real standouts in here, but the scratch of the 5, there really isn't a lot of speed in here. And the 6, BC Glory Days, is the speed, going 5 furlongs. So it's just a question, is he good enough? And good enough on and off track. He has never won on the off track, and he's 1 for 43 in his career. Not exactly a strong play, but because of the distance and because of the competition here, maybe this is a chance to get a second win. He's got 12 seconds of those 43 starts, but yeah, it's really tough to have a lot of faith in my top choice in here with the 1 for 43 record, but he is the speed and he's got the numbers to win. It's just a matter of, does he want to win? Drink It Solo is the logical horse. Would love this horse if it was 6 furlongs. Would absolutely love this horse against this field. 5 furlongs with no pace, not sure if he's going to be able to get there. He ran second behind the Wipers on the Bus when the Wipers of the Bus was not even a speed horse, but there was no speed in the race, and he controlled things up front. Different race, obviously, here, where BC Glory Days is the main speed. But Drink It Solo could be good enough, especially with a horse like BC Glory Days that gets second a lot, that he'll be able to run him down anyway. He's currently at odds of 3-1, which is actually probably a good price for Drink It Solo, who looks like the best horse in the race. The 7 is Zuka Race, who's just another one that's had a lot of chances for an Engelhardt horse. This one just not getting it done and maybe hanging in crucial stages, as he's been in position to win races and just doesn't. It's almost like he's a horse that needs to have the lead, but it's not even close to fast enough to get the lead. But he'll be second throughout, and if BC Glory Days does stop behind him, he does have a chance to chase him down. And he did run his best race recently in his last start, maybe trying something a little different where he sat back and made a run. Maybe that's what Zuka Race needs to do, but it still looks like he's an underneath type, but maybe this is a slow enough field that he could get to the winner's circle. He's a top 3 threat regardless. So I went with a 6, 2, and 7. Got a horse that's 1 for 43 on top. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
The field for race 6 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Noah's Destiny with Stephen Frett. The 2 is Drinking Solo. Jackie Davis rides. The 3 is The Wipers on the Bus with Jeremiah Flores. The 4 is 8 Sunset Drive. John Berrios is in the saddle. Scratch the 5, Tater and Tot. The 6 is BC Glory Days. Please note the rider changed to Nazario Alvarado. And the 7 is Zuka Race with Andre Worry. Field of 6 going to go 5 furlongs. Haven't seen one of these in a while. I thought this was as a 2-horse race, if there was ever a 2-horse race, and they're 2-1 and 9-5. The 7 Zuka Race. Again, you see Superb Surprise in the PPs. He just missed to BC Glory Days when 3rd last time at this level. And you know what? I think he was from the rail draw. He kind of had a funky trip, and I think with this cleaner trip outside, I like I like that Andre Worry's climbing aboard. He's got some pace to his inside. And Noah's Destiny at the rail is speed, and BC Glory Days has been showing some more speed as of late. I'm hoping he just kind of follows BC Glory Days in, because he has enough early speed too to be in contention early. And I thought it was him or BC Glory Days. I think they'll both sit off in Noah's Destiny. And may the better horse win. Last time it was BC Glory Days. I think this time the roles get reversed, and I think Zuka Race gets them. BC Glory Days will likely have the jump on Zuka Race, and maybe that's enough. Note that rider changed to Nazario Alvarado on BC Glory Days. And after that, it's hard for me to see anybody else. Drinking Solo was claimed for a nickel. They ran him for 11. I guess he ran okay. He was 5th in a 5-horse field. He only got beat 2 lengths and change. But I mean, how much running did he really do? I don't think he did much running at all. He's back in for the nickel, which is what they claimed him for, and he's run well enough on tracks with moisture in it. But I think he'd have to really step up his game for BC Glory Days or Zuka Race to get beaten here. 7-6-2 for me. Best of luck in race 6. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Haven't had one at 5 furlongs in a while, but that's how we'll kick off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Noah's Destiny going to be the first to load into the gate. Drinking Solo goes in. Here's the Wipers on the bus. Super Long Shot 8 Sunset Drives up next. BC Glory Days goes forward. And the last to load, your current slight favorite, Zuka Race. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between horses, 8 Sunset Drive shows first. There's Noah's Destiny at the inside and 3 across the track now as Zuka Race joins the fray. It's a gap of 3 or 4 lengths back to the Wipers on the bus, who's just inside of BC Glory Days. And at the tail end of the field, it's Drinking Solo. Up front, Zuka Race is crossed and cleared from the outside draw. It's Zuka Race a length and a half, now 2. Trying to keep paces, Noah's Destiny through an opening quarter, 22-3. BC Glory Days swings into action in third. Then we come back along the inside to the Wipers on the bus. 8 Sunset Drives drop back and nothing from Drinking Solo. Off the turn, into the stretch. Zuka Race, Andre Worry got him in the middle of the track, and they went a half mile here. Zuka Race has went that half, and he's trying to hold off Noah's Destiny, who's re-engaging. 47-1, almost home, is Zuka Race. Trying to get him Noah's Destiny. He's getting closer. Zuka Race, Noah's Destiny. Zuka Race, Noah's Destiny. Zuka Race saved by the wire. Noah's Destiny took a few chances at him. He almost got him. Then 8 Sunset Drive. Final time was 1:04. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 7, Zuka Race was first. 1, Noah's Destiny second. 4, 8, Sunset Drive was third at a big price. 3, The Wipers on the Bus finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is Zuka Race. The number 7, Zuka Race, is a 4-year-old gelding, a son of race day, out of the Read the Footnotes mare, Zuka. A New York bred, Zuka Race is owned by My Purple Haze Stables, trained by Chris Englehart, winning rider Andre Worry, and it's official. $2 double 27 20 80. $2 exact to 7-1 30 60. 50-cent try 714 94 37. And the 10-cent super 7143 $79.80. Race 7 comes up next. Kicks off the late double. Here in race 7, you can scratch the 3, Justin Nyquist. Rider change on the 1, Kaz Music to Emmanuel De Diego. Rider change on the 7, the New Miami to Jeremiah Flores. And in race number 8, a rider change on the 5, Lucky Manny to Kevin Navarro. Those are the changes for the late double. And that late double kicks off right here in race 7. Post time for the 7th in just over 21 minutes.
All right, 11 minutes to post for race number 7. And yeah, that race changed drastically as BC Glory Days not really breaking and didn't get anywhere near the front. So that left no pace. Zuka Race ended up getting to the front end, and that's really what that horse needs. And Noah's Destiny up close as well. At 5 furlongs ended up being those two. And it was Zuka Race finally breaking through to get through that 2 lifetime condition. Andre Worry for trainer Chris Engelhardt to start off the late pick 3. 7th race scratch, the 3, Just a Nyquist. You do got a couple rider changes in here. Manuel Di Diego on the 1, Kaz Music. Jeremias Flores on the 7, the New Miami. Competitive races, you could probably narrow it down to the 2 Ferraro horses and the Murph with the 1 horse. I did lean towards She's an Arctic Queen as my top choice at 4-1. Is she ran well to be second. I know you ain't talking to me. Kind of got loose on the lead as she rated behind her, and that one just kept going. She held her second position over her stablemate Cross Island, who got caught hopelessly wide the whole race. But this is a different race now, where you take I know you ain't talking me out of it. There's just not a lot of speed in here. Maybe the 1, Kaz Music, is aggressive from the rail, but I think She's an Arctic Queen can get out there and be the pace, at least be with the pace early instead of ended up chasing it, or rating behind it, I should say. That was her first time going long this year for She's an Arctic Queen, and she did prove she could get the distance, and she's currently at odds of 4-1. Keep in mind, the trainer had 4 wins on yesterday's card, so She's an Arctic Queen and Cross Island, you wouldn't be going out on a limb on either one of them. Now, the 1, Kaz Music, going very well for the Murph. Just got up to win last time over She's a Wild Joker. Was a good effort. It was a good field for that 1 other than allowance. So she fits nicely here for the 1 State Bred. And with that win, she doesn't lose the condition or anything. So he's very, very smart about where he's placed this horse. She's looking for 3 in a row and go 3 for 3 at Finger Lakes. And, at the route, it shouldn't be a problem. The horse is very well bred for the distance. Had a couple efforts going along and didn't run that badly in either one of them. Logical player, she's a 9-5. The other Ferraro trainee is the 8, Cross Island. She dominated 5,000 claimers, and then once getting through the 5,000 condition, she stepped up to face the 1 State Breds, and she just got caught hopelessly wide. I mean, there was no way that she could overcome the trip that she had. Not saying she would have won anyway, but she did make a nice middle move around, but she just couldn't have any impact after covering so much ground during that race. If she could find a way to save a little bit of ground or get a trip in here, she has a good chance to win this race. And she is getting some backing at odds of 5-2. One of the 2 Ferraro trainees, both of them look like they have a legitimate chance in race number 7. They look like the main contenders in this race. The Stay Home Mama, more of an underneath type. Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double offered in here. We scratch a 3, Just a Nyquist.
The field for race 7 is coming out onto the track. The one is Kaz Music. Please note the rider changed to Emmanuel De Diego. He's looking for his second win on the card. The 2 is Mrs. Bell. Anthony Rodriguez is looking for a riding double as well. Scratch the 3, Justin Nyquist. The 4 is Stay Home Mama with Joel Cruz. The 5 is She's an Arctic Queen with Luis Perez. The 6 is Luna Loca. Jose Baez rides. The 7's the New Miami. Note the rider change to Jeremias Flores. And the 8 is Cross Island with Cabercoa. Late double kicking off here. We got about a little over 3 minutes to post. She's an Arctic Queen. Stretched out last time after a couple of sprints for our leading trainer. Michael Anthony Ferraro won 4 on the card yesterday. And chased a loose on the lead. I know you ain't talking to me around there. It was just wasn't good enough that day. It was a crazy buyer speed figure. She ran a 60 and she got beat 13 lengths. So the winner ran somewhere in the 80s. Yeah, you know, after chasing, I know you ain't talking to me last time, it looks to me like she's the speed in here. And I think she's going to get a pretty easy lead. She's 5-2. She's a square price. And I think she just leads them on a merry chase. The 1, Kaz Music, 2-race win streak since being moved to the Tim Murphy barn. They were both sprints. And now she's going to have to handle 2 turns. And it's something she has not had any success at so far. Those races at Penn going a mile are around 2 turns like this configuration here at Finger Lakes. And she's just not as good going long as she is going short. It's plain and simple. She's your favorite. I know Redemption Road did not run that well. I'm looking for my own redemption here. She's an Arctic Queen, should absolutely be favored in this spot. I have 0 doubt in my mind about that. If the odds stay this way, do yourself a favor and take advantage of it. I plan on taking advantage of it. And then finally, the 8 Cross Island by Cross Traffic. I went to call her Cross Traffic. She won by open lengths for the nickel in her first start up at her return Finger Lakes for Ferraro Jr. She was beaten a long way by her entry mate, 4 lengths and change last time out. Her stablemate, I should say, not her entry mate. And she's another one, you know, when you see these big figs for the nickel and the huge margin of victory, I think they could be a little deceiving, right? She did not beat a tough bunch of horses in any way, shape, or form that day. She has some decent form from last year, but, man, it's been a while since she's kind of found that form. That one big fig, 2 back. But, again, I wanted very little to do. I want very little to do with her off that fig. If you think her overall form's good enough, but don't base your wagers on that fig 3 back, 2 back. My opinion anyway. 518. Best of luck if you're playing a late double. There's the favoritism on She's an Arctic Queen. Best of luck here in race 7. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch here in race 7. Upon advice of this track veterinarian, number 8, Cross Island, is a late scratch. Once again, here in race 7, late scratch here. The number 8, Cross Island, is a late scratch upon the advice of the track vet. Win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wagers involving the 8, Cross Island, will all be refunded. If you've used her ending a double or middling or ending a pick 3, you'll get a consolation pick 3. If you've used the number 8, Cross Island, in the late pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you will get the favorite at final odds. Once again, a late scratch here in race number 7. Scratch the 8, Cross Island. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an additional late scratch from race number 7. Scratch the number 2, Mrs. Bell. Late scratch the number 2, Mrs. Bell. Like the late scratch of the number 8, Cross Island, when play show, exacta, try, superfecta wagers will all be refunded. Conso doubles and pick 3s. If you've used the number 2, Mrs. Bell, or the number 8, Cross Island, in the pick 4, pick 5, or pick 6, you'll get the favorite at final odds. 2 late scratches, the number 2, Mrs. Bell, and the number 8, Cross Island. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Kaz Music, the first to load. Here's Stay Home Mama. She's an Arctic Queen goes in. Luna Loca is up next. The New Miami, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between fillies there, she's an Arctic Queen. And on the far outside, the New Miami applies pressure early. 3 wide, now 4 wide on the first turn goes Luna Loca. Saving ground along the inside is Kaz Music. And at the back is Stay Home Mama. The New Miami a short lead over She's an Arctic Queen. Luna Loca now moves into second just past She's an Arctic Queen. It's a gap of 4 lengths back to Kaz Music and 4 more to the trailer. That's Stay Home Mama. 24-1. They're going pretty quick up front, and they keep switching the lead back and forth. Right now, it belongs to the New Miami. Luna Loca is going to try and change that as they straighten up the backstretch. Here She's an Arctic Queen, poised now from third. Back and forth, it's Kaz Music, and at the back, it's Stay Home Mama. Half 47-4. They're moving right along here. The New Miami and Luna Loca, and She's an Arctic Queen, who's favored, by the way. The favorite, She's an Arctic Queen. Here she goes. From the back, Kaz Music creeps in closer. She follows She's an Arctic Queen, who just struck the lead. She's an Arctic Queen. Kaz Music's going to be our only challenger for the last quarter of a mile through 1:13-4. The field comes off the turn and into the stretch. Luis Perez took a peek back on She's an Arctic Queen, and he sees Kaz Music coming. Kaz Music, Perez just took out the left-handed stick and goes to work. They come up. They come past the 8th pole, trying to hold on here as She's an Arctic Queen. Kaz Music trying to run her down. 16th pole. She's an Arctic Queen. Gonna get the job done by 2.5 lengths. Then Kaz Music, long way back to Stay Home Mama. 4th was the New Miami in 141-1. Number 5, She's an Arctic Queen was first. 1, Kaz Music second. 4, Stay Home Mama third. 7, the New Miami fourth. Ladies and gentlemen, please note there were 2 late scratches in race 7. The number 2, Mrs. Bell, and the number 8, Cross Island. There'll be refunds of Win Play Show Exacta Tri Supers, console doubles, and pick 3s. If you've used either the 2 Mrs. Bell or the 8 Cross Island in the pick 4, the pick 5, or pick 6, you scratched into the favorite at final odds, which was your race winner, the number 5, She's an Arctic Queen. Still unofficial, 5-1-4-7. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, She's an Arctic Queen. 4-year-old daughter of Keen Ice out of the Lonro mare. She's a Stone Cold Dingoes and New York bred. She's an Arctic Queen is owned by Langpap Stables, trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro, winning rider Luis Perez. And now it's official. $2 double 7.5 1940. Conso double 7 with 2 or 8 $5.80. $2 exacta 5-1 $7.10. 50-cent try 5-1-4 $4.45. 10-cent super 5-1-4-7 $2.11. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win play show exacta try and superfecta wagering. Rider change for the 5. Lucky Manny to Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro rides the 5. Lucky Manny in race 8. Post time for the finale is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, don't forget, come on out Monday, August 12th, our third handicapping contest of the season. It's free for Lucky North members. Registration begins when the doors open at 11:30 for a first post of 1 p.m. $1,000 cash prize to the winner. Other prizes as well. Come on out Monday, August 12th. Free pass performances available at fingerlakesgaming.com each and every racing day, including that one. Courtesy of our friends at Equibase. $1,000 cash to the winner. Our third handicapping contest of the season, coming out Monday, May 12th. First post, as it is every day here at Finger Lakes, is 1 p.m.
Getting ready for the last race of the day and last race of the week as the seventh race won by She's an Arctic Queen. Pace was a lot quicker than expected as Luna Loca and the New Miami opted to go really quick early. I think they went 47 and change, and She's an Arctic Queen forced to rate off of that. Louis Perez did a good job of trying to get off of that early pace and was able to get first run still on Kaz Music, and that's all that she needed. She gets the victory. Another win for M. Anthony Ferraro. He had 4 wins on yesterday's card. Louis Perez aboard for the 7th race victory. Last race, Kevin Navarro on the 5 Lucky Manning, and this horse is really a decent price right now at odds of 4-1. Last time, you see the last couple races that this horse ran for 5,000. One of them didn't fare too well, but the other one was a good performance against a solid field, including next out winner Runabout and Labanon-Mo. That was back in September. Well, the first 2 starts this year were in sprints, and he did run a good second off the bench. Actually didn't run that badly last time, just broke poorly out of the gate. So now stretches out to it's probably a better distance, gets an easier field. I think he's a very logical horse, but a very logical horse. It's a good price right now at odds of 4-1. 7 Gandy Dancing has a class edge on these rivals. The last time he was in for 5 was in a distance that was too short at 4.5 furlongs. He still came running and lost by less than a length. Has tried starter allowance competitions since then, has caught horses like Limit Up and Fiery Heart, and not badly beaten by those horses to think about it. And the question is going to be the distance more than anything. And this is a 7-time winner against these horses moving to the bottom. If he could get that extra yardage, he's obviously a player with this big drop in class. He's one of 2 in here for Carl O'Callahan, and they seem to want to bet the other one, Lars, who just won a 3 lifetime 5 against a really slow field when he was absolutely low in speed. The one Burt 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 drops back to 5,000 after trying the 11 and 9s, and last time at this level got a victory. So back to 5. Tougher field today though than the last time he was in for this level, but he figures to make it into the Trier Super with another good effort. Last race, you got about 7 minutes to post. We're going to continue live racing coming up on Monday. Monday will be our next live day. 1 o'clock will be the first post.
The field for the finale has made its way to the track. The 1 is Bert with Nazario Alvarado. The 2 is Lars. Cabercoa rides. The 3 is Colton Goes with Stephen Frett. The 4 is Uncle Milty with Luis Perez. The 5 is Lucky Manny. Note the rider change to Kevin Navarro. The 6 is Drozzle Diem. Jackie Davis rides. And the 7's Gandy Dancing with Joel Cruz. Field of 7 going a mile and 70. We rarely wrap the card with a 2-turn race. Lars, speaking of 2 turns, loved the stretch out last time. Won by 9.5. Now he's a stretch out that I don't think he's going to react to that fig. I think getting around the 2 turns helped him. He had been around 2 turns one other time before against Tougher at Penn. He loved the 2 turns last time. He went right to the lead. I don't know if he's going to be left alone on the front end. Colton Goes has some speed, the number 3. The 6, Drozzle Diem, comes out of the sprints, and he might just be flat out faster, but we'll see. I think Lars has this bunch over the proverbial barrel. I think he either goes or sits off a horse like Drozzle Diem. I'll put Lars on top. Bert. Appreciate the stretch out. He's been on the board 3 of his 5 times going this distance. They've all come here at Finger Lakes. He ran against Better last time. He drops for Lugu and Nazario Alvarado. And we'll see if he appreciates the drop in class back to the nickel. Last time he ran for any kind of nickel, he got the money. So he's back where he belongs. And then finally the 5. Lucky Manny, 2 sprints to the route. Kevin Navarro going to replace Michael Davila Jr. in the saddle. Hope to see Michael back next week. He did the same thing last year, 2 sprints to the route. And while he didn't win, he was running in the allowance races back then. Now he's at the same level, 2 sprints to the route. If anybody upsets the bunch, maybe it's him at 5-1. 2-1-5 in the finale. Live racing resumes Monday. First post 1 p.m. That's the new post time here at Finger Lakes. You can get your PPs from Monday's card tomorrow night starting at 6:30 over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. Thanks for joining us today and this week. Hope you enjoyed the Oaks and Derby on Monday. We'll see you Monday, first post, 1 p.m. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the finale has made its way to the gate, and it's post time as Bert goes in first, followed by the favorite, Lars. Colton Goes is next. Here's Uncle Milty. Lucky Manny goes forward. Drozzle Diem goes in. The last to load is Gandy Dancing. They're in the gate. And they're off. Gandy Dancing away a step slowly. There's Drozzle Diem for the lead, joined by Lars to the inside. Colton Goes splits those two along with Uncle Milty. Then we come back in fifth. There's Lucky Manny. After the bad start, Gandy Dancing's moved up, and the trailers, Bert, Drozzle Diem and Lars hook up. Drozzle Diem pressuring Lars, who has a 3 parts of a length lead. Now Lars bumps it to a length through an opening quarter and a quick 24 flat. Drozzle Diem chases in second. Colton Goes poised 2.5 from the lead in third. Up the inside comes Lucky Manny. He just moved into fourth. Gandy Dancing under a good hold in fifth. He's just 4 from the front. Then Uncle Milty and Bert's at the back. Up front, Lars, 3 parts of a length. Drozzle Diem, Jackie Davis trying to motivate him through a 49-second flat half mile. 3 across the track for third. Gandy Dancing moves up. Outside of Colton Goes. Lucky Manny rides the rails. Bert's out of last. The trailer is Uncle Milty. The field makes their way along the far turn. Drozzle Diem just took the lead away from a retreating Lars. Up the inside, Lucky Manny. Gandy Dancing swings into action through 3 quarters in 1:14 and 3. They're on the far turn. Lucky Manny, Gandy Dancing just struck the front. Lucky Manny tries to battle on with him from the back. Bert's making up big strides, and Bert just blew by them all. Bert, and Nazario Alvarado are well on their way. They come to the 16th pole, and the lead is expanding with every stride. Bert wins by 5. I know I used it already. Gandy Dancing was second, then Lucky Manny. Drozzle Diem was fourth. in 146 and 3. Number 1, Bert. Finished first. It's a photo for second. Number 7, Gandy Dancing finished second. 5, Lucky Manny third. 6, Drozzle Diem fourth. 1-7-5-6 in the finale. Returning to the winner's circles with number 1, Bert. 5-year-old Geldings, the son of Classic Empire, out of the Lionheart mare. Miss You Like Crazy. A New York bred. Bert's owned by 3 Player Stable. Trained by Luis Gutierrez. We had 8 races today with 8 winning different riders. This one was Nazario Alvarado. Finale's official. $2 double 5-1 27.60. $2 exact on 1-7 32.60. 50-cent try 175 21.62. 10-cent super 1756 18 even. 50-cent pick 3 751 $20.50. Conzo pick 3 7 with 2 8 with 1 for 50 cents $6.65. Pick 4 2781 59.75. Pick 5, 6, 2, 7, 8, 1, 109.50. Pick 6 was hit, 6 of 6, $318.50. 5 of 6, $5.30. We had a claim out of race 8. The number 7, Gandy Dancing, to new owner Forgotten Man Stable, new trainer Asaph Ronan. They claim the number 7, Gandy Dancing. That wraps up the week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. As far as the live racing is concerned, the casino is open each and every night till 4 a.m. Live racing resumes Monday with a first post of 1 p.m. That's a new post time here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. PPs for the Monday card available tomorrow night after 6:30 at fingerlakesgaming.com. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanking you for joining us today. Racing resumes Monday, first post, 1 p.m. Until then, please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.